fight against the White Sox clubhouse. It's not at all how McCarthy meant it. And Ozzie had some choice words for the newspapers in Chicago, as Ozzie usually does. All that is blown over. Ozzie Guillen actually was quoted yesterday as saying he wishes McCarthy well. Now McCarthy is trying to prove to these White Sox that, yeah, he is a talent to be reckoned with. Busted bat. Chris Getz will just drip it right back to the mound. That's a great way to reestablish yourself against your former team.
The key for Brandon is his command. He's had 12 walks in 22 innings, and he'd be the first to say that's more walks than he wants to have. But the positive thing is he's taken every start after being injured. He's going deep into his pitch counts. Had 100 pitches his first time, 90-something pitches his next 3 times. And so everything's pointed in the right direction. I think he feels good about where he is right now.
Five years in that White Sox organization, and it was part of the team in 2005 when Chicago went to and won the World Series. But he was left off the postseason roster. They took the veteran Orlando Hernandez instead of the very young Brandon McCarthy then. For 07, he was peddled over here to the Rangers. He's been on and off the DL 4 times during his stint here with the Rangers. And that's the hurdle he's got to clear. Show that he can stay healthy. Fields off the end of the bat. Nelly Cruz watches it float into and then right back out of the crowd. Remember, Josh Hamilton out of the lineup for another week and a half. He is on the disabled list. So we'll see a lot of Marlon Byrd in center field with Cruz and Murphy. Young, Vizquel, Kinsler, and Davis tonight. And there is a base hit up the middle for Josh Fields. Took a while for the White Sox to get their first hit yesterday against Scott Feldman. In fact, Feldman retired 17 of the first 18 Chicago batters he faced. And boy, you talk about a guy deserving a better fate, huh?
I can't imagine that Scott, at any point in time in his professional career, has thrown the ball better than he did last night. He literally made only a handful of pitches other than the pitch he was trying to make. He was hitting the corners. He had his sinker working. He had his cutter working. Mixed in a curveball and a changeup. Just an outstanding performance.
Shattered bat. Carlos Quentin took a big rip. He's the guy that broke up the no-hit bid yesterday. First pitch swinging against Feldman. He was tied for second in the American League with those 8 home runs.
And the thing for Scott is that's 2 good starts in a row. His start in Baltimore, a 5-inning start, was a solid start as well. So even though the relief appearances didn't go all that well, his 2 starts have been terrific.
Quickly ahead of Carlos Quentin, 0-2. Now, once it came to that showdown yesterday of Derek Holland against Jim Thome, things turned and Mark Burley got himself a win. But the fact that the Rangers have been getting so much from their starters this year, it has really been one of the key storylines. I know the Rangers don't have a winning record quite yet. They're 10-12, but I think the single biggest leap forward they've made here from 08 to 09, Tag, is the fact that the starters are going more, the relievers are being used less.
Well, that was one of the goals that Nolan Ryan, John Daniels, Ron Washington had before the season started. That had to happen. The bullpen couldn't be used as much as it has been. But if you look at pitches per game by starters, the Rangers are second, right at 100 pitches per game. Innings pitched by the bullpen. This season, the Rangers are 23rd. Last year, no team had a bullpen throw more innings than the Rangers. This year, they're down to 23rd. And where that pays dividends is August and September. If your bullpen is overused in April and May, it catches up with you toward the end of the season.
On a 1-2 count, Carlos Quentin able to drive it into left field, so it's 2-on-1 out for Thome. Now you saw that graphic. The Reds right at 100. The Rangers at 99.9 pitches per game from their starters. One more pitch from somebody this year, they'd be right there with the Reds. But that is exactly what Nolan Ryan and John Daniels and Mike Maddox, Ron Washington, everybody, that's what they were all in lockstep about. Not that we don't love the bullpen, we just don't want to see as much of the bullpen. We talked yesterday about how Jim Thome has just taken the bat to these Texas Rangers pitchers and wiped them out over the last several years. His last 40 at bats against the Rangers, 21 hits. 8 of those have left the yard. And almost a 9th one yesterday. He settled for a double high off the wall. So he holds at 545 career home runs. Three away from Mike Schmidt. That would be 13th all time. He's also very close to being 14th all time in walks. He is one behind the great Harmon Killebrew.
He's led the league in walks 3 different times. He's walked 127 times, 122 times. While he struck out 170, 180 times a few years, it's really balanced by all the walks.
That's a real feel-good at bat for Brandon McCarthy. The way Jim Thome's been swinging against the Rangers, he went right at him and struck him out.
Well, he got him with a pretty good curveball.
Derek Holland yesterday tried to fire not 1 but 2 fastballs by Thome, and he did fire the first one by him. Unfortunately, not the second.
And that's a different curveball. We've talked about that with Brandon too. It's not as big and looping as his old curveball. In fact, he doesn't call it a curveball. He calls it a slider. It looks more like a curveball, but I guess compared to the old curveball, it is more like a slider to Brandon.
One and 0 to Jermaine Dye. 2 on, 2 out. And a little squibber towards Kinsler. He's got it. And McCarthy is out of the inning, facing his former mates for the very first time. 2 hits, 2 left, and now the Rangers with Kinsler coming up against Jose Contreras. Dealers, check out the all-new F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Progressive for a money-saving car insurance quote. Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Buy Corona this Cinco de Mayo. Be sure to grab some ice-cold Corona or Corona Light. by Jack in the Box. Try the mini sirloin burgers, 3 delicious burgers on toasted mini buns. And by Southwest, low fares, no hidden fees. A 40-minute rain delay, but we are good to go. The Rangers looking to strike first tonight. And 37-year-old Jose Contreras on the mound, looking for his first win of the year. Ian Kinsler, who led off for the Rangers yesterday with a home run, his 8th of the season already. Great thing about Kinsler, you got the third baseman playing in on the grass because, yeah, he can bunt. But also, he's got 8 home runs 22 games into the season. And right down the line it goes. With Josh Fields playing in, he couldn't get to it. Kinsler racing to second base. This time he leads off with a double.
Well, if he can bunt enough, then the third baseman is aware of that. And for a guy that pulls a lot of balls toward the third baseman, it's much to your advantage to have him in close like that. Chances are that's right down the line. He might not have been able to get it anyway, but where he was playing, he had no chance to get it. Well, he started the game last night with a home run, starts this one with a double.
Rest of the way for the Rangers at Southwest Airlines starting lineup. After Kinsler, it's Omar Vizquel tonight. Andrews gets the night off. It's Young and Blaylock, Bird and Murphy, Cruz, Davis, and the birthday boy, Jared Saltalamacchia. The 42-year-old Vizquel bunting up near third. He can still do that beautifully. Moving Kinsler to third base. Now we'll get you to Contreras and tell you what you need to know about the Cuban, the 37-year-old Cuban.
He's 0-3, off to a slow start this year. He's walked 12 in 22 innings. Sunday against the Blue Jays, pitched a pretty good game. 7 innings, 3 runs, quality start. Threw a lot of strikes in his 96 pitches. Last year he was 7-6, but ruptured his Achilles tendon in August and missed the last part of the season. He's a guy with throwing a lot of sidearm pitches today with his fastball. He also has a good splitter.
Ball gets away from Przinsky. Kinsler hangs out at third for now. Contreras' strikeout rate has declined every season of his career since his 2003 big league debut, but I guess you can say he's a guy that pitches with some savvy, knows what he's doing out there.
And his best year was 2005. He had career highs in innings pitched, strikeouts, opponent's batting average. He was 15-7 that year. That was by far his best year.
I say he really benefited that year because they brought in El Duque. They brought in Orlando Hernandez, and that presence made it so much easier for him to assimilate. Even though they're from different parts of Cuba, they really fed off each other. El Duque, kind of a tough, brash, fearless, from the city streets of Havana guy. Contreras actually very soft-spoken. He's a guy from out in the country in Cuba. Gets ahead of Michael Young, 1-2. With the infield in for Chicago here in the first inning. Getting away, and here comes Kinsler. Oh, he jams on the brakes.
That's going to come into play this year, is the new brick wall from dugout to dugout. That one actually didn't hit the brick wall, but it bounced right back to the catcher. I think, not sure if Przinsky, I'm not sure why Ian stopped. Now that I'm looking at it, because I think Przinsky went over to pick the ball up like he assumed the run was going to score.
My thought, Tag, is I think your initial thought that, you know, you're guessing that ball is going to hit the brick and bounce back. I think Ian maybe might have assumed that and figured, well, if it hits the brick and bounces, I'm dead, so I'm not going to try it.
And that'll really factor into a lot of wild pitches this year with men on third base. You're just not sure. It's hard to gauge whether the ball will hit the padding or whether it'll hit the brick. So that probably is what happened.
So in this at bat, 2 have gotten away from Przinsky, but Kinsler has not been able to move home. Michael had a 3-hit game last night. Now has almost as many 3-hit games in his Ranger career as Juan Gonzalez did. Got him.
And Contreras ended up getting the big strikeout of Michael there, but the other thing that factors into it when you're at third base and Michael's up there is you don't want to take a chance on being thrown out at the plate when you've got one of your best hitters at the plate. As it turns out, Contreras made a nice pitch and he got the strikeout. But you don't know that's going to happen when you're at third base. You pretty much assume Michael is going to drive that run in.
Blaylock will try to save the inning. Now Contreras pops it in there at 90. They say last year the very best fastball he threw was only 92. And he pitched up in the zone. His numbers were not that great even before the Achilles injury that you mentioned. That one squirts behind Przinsky, but not far enough. So again, that's 3 that have escaped him, but Kinsler has to stay at third base.
The tough one will be now if he throws a wild pitch that does hit the cement. Ian, after watching one go back there, probably have a hard time staying at third base if another one goes back. But it can be very confusing to the runner trying to judge how that ball is going to bounce back.
Blaylock grounds it towards first. Contreras racing to the bag, beating Blaylock to retire the side. Leadoff double fails to blossom. We have played one and there is no score. And at 0-0 heading to the second, we go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. Hey, we have the Boy Scouts in Community Corner tonight. This is Tim Fuller. He is the executive director of the Boy Scouts. Hard to believe, but next year, a big anniversary, 100 years of the Boy Scouts?
Yeah, that's 100 years of the Boy Scouts in the organization, where we try to develop citizenship training, personal fitness, and character development. So it's 100 years of us being successful at doing that.
What a great organization. For those who want to get involved in the Boy Scouts, Tim, what do they need to do?
Well, they can go to our website, www.circle10, that's circle10.org. We got a lot of camps coming up. We got summer camp coming up, day camps coming up. So if they want to get involved with that, they can just visit our website and then get all the information at www.circle10.org.
There we go. Tim, appreciate the time. Enjoy the game. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Jim. And Paul Konerko gets clipped by a pitch. So the leadoff man is on here in the second for Chicago. Got it in the tricep, it looked like.
He's got some protection on his elbow. That might have hit above the protection, though. It looked like it hit closer to his shoulder.
Now the catcher, A.J. Przinsky, will take one out of play. Przynski, probably the classic example of love him if he's on your team, hate him if he's not. The Przynstigator, they called him in San Francisco. Tags that one to right field. Konerko, not exactly a speed demon, is going to try it on Nelly Cruz. The throw cut off. Paul Konerko does not go first to third that often, but he did. And the Rangers are in trouble here in the top of the second.
Like a high breaking ball. Belt high. Pretty good pitch to hit. The ball's hit pretty hard, and so it gets to Nelly in fairly deep right field, and he had a long range throw. And it's a great example of you don't have to be a fast runner to make a good base running play.
Yep.
Konerko's not a fast runner, but he got a good jump on the ball, never hesitated, knew it would be a long throw, would have to be a perfect throw to get him, and he ended up at third base. Not because of his speed, just because he made a good base running decision.
Now Alexi Ramirez, who had a terrific first season in the big leagues a year ago, is off to a slow start in 09. In the air left field. That ball takes off. David Murphy going back. He's got it at the base of the wall. Przynski was all the way to second. He hustles back to first as Konerko comes home on the sac fly.
It looked like Ramirez hit that ball off the end of the bat just enough to allow David the opportunity to catch it. I think if he hit it on the good part of the bat, it might have either been over the wall or high up on the wall, but hit toward the end, stayed in the park, and David had an easy play to make.
The Rangers holding on the base runner Przynski. With Scott Podsednik at the plate. Podsednik kind of looped one over that first base area last night late in the game with Przynski on. And the White Sox had first and third with one out, and then the Rangers turned one of the coolest double plays of the year. C.J. Wilson, after a little hesitation, throwing to short. Andrews sending it home, and they caught Przynski off at third. Michael Young with that kind of whip around tag on a very surprised Przynski. McCarthy last time out, 5 innings, fairly solid in that game against Baltimore. Did not get a decision. He was actually up 5-1, but then the Rangers allowed the Orioles to creep back to within 5-4. And Baltimore eventually won it 8-5. Fly ball to left for Murphy. And he puts it away. (4-3) the final yesterday. The Rangers have allowed exactly 4 runs in each of their last 4 games. The Rangers have scored 2, 3, 5, and 6. So they've won 2 and lost 2 during that stretch. But boy, just another run of close games, Tag. 10 of the last 12 games now, the last 2 weeks, decided by 1 or 2 runs.
Yeah, there's been some games where the Rangers had the one big hit to win it, and a couple of games where it looked like they had the big hit to win it, and someone made a great catch to keep that from happening.
Another pop-up, shallow left this time. Long run for Murphy. He's got it. He puts 3 away. Back to back to back. 1 run in for Chicago. And the Rangers coming up when we come back. to you by Geico Insurance, where 15 minutes can save you 15% on car insurance, and by AT&T. Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Marlon Byrd ahead in the count 1-0. It's Jose Contreras on the mound. In Cuba, he was known as the Titan of Bronze.
Titan of Bronze?
The Titan of Bronze. That nickname bestowed upon him personally by Fidel Castro. So who are we to quibble?
I like the Cuban Missile better.
The Titan of Bronze gets Marlon Byrd to pop out to the nicknameless Chris Getz. Of course, the guy that, I mean, with all due respect to Fidel Castro, the guy that's the best all time at nicknaming people is one booth to our left. That would be Hawk Harrelson.
He's pretty good. Might be a toss-up between Hawk and Mark Holtz, who's pretty good at it too.
Hawk Harrelson gave us the Big Hurt for Frank Thomas.
That's a great one.
And of course, more recently, you're right, the Cuban Missile for Alexi Ramirez.
He gave the Deacon his too, Warren Newsom.
That's right. Here comes the Hawk. There he is. Hawk Harrelson, former GM. Trading partner of yours or no? Were you guys in cahoots?
For what now?
For trading.
Oh, trading. I think you said training. I never worked out with Hawk.
I saw you pump and iron together just the other day.
As a matter of fact, we did make a trade. We traded the White Sox. Let me think. Wayne Tollison.
Well, look out. Murphy sizzles one into center field.
Wayne Tollison and Dave Schmidt. Hawk was looking for a solid setup reliever, and Smitty was certainly that. And a savvy infielder, and Tolly was that. We were looking to kind of build for the future, and so we got Edwin Correa, who was one of the better young pitchers in baseball until he got hurt, and Jose Mota, who was their second-round draft choice and an infielder. Might have been a couple other players in that trade too, I'm not sure, but those were the key guys.
Nelson Cruz dealt to the Rangers. Pretty nice deal that the Rangers made. And it's funny because everybody thought that Carlos Lee would be the big guy coming and potentially staying in that trade. Turned out it was Nelson Cruz, and he was worth the wait.
Yeah, that was a smart part of that trade. Obviously, Carlos Lee was the key guy, but there was the risk that he would become a free agent, and the Rangers would only have him for the last part of the season. And to avoid that risk, the Rangers insisted that Cruz be put in that trade so that if he did become a free agent, they would still have an outfielder after he became a free agent. And as it turned out, he did become a free agent, and that insurance policy has paid good dividends for the Rangers, because Nelly obviously a big part of their lineup right now.
And by the way, I looked it up. The trade you made with Hawk in November of '85. Jose Mota was the player to be named completing that trade. Ed Correa and Scott Fletcher for Wayne Tollison and Dave Schmidt.
Okay, forgot about Scotty Fletcher. How could you forget about Scotty? Did you know that Scott Fletcher was the first athlete in the Metroplex to make $1 million?
That's amazing.
Cowboys, Mavericks, Rangers, Scott Fletcher.
Scooter
made $1 million before anybody else.
And you authorized that check.
Wayne Krivsky negotiated it, but other people had to sign off on it.
Strike three called. Biting off the outside corner on Nelly Cruz.
As you can imagine, when Hawk became a general manager, he was not reluctant to make trades and make deals to try to make things happen. He was very aggressive.
Well, that's how he played the game. That's how he dressed off the field back in the day.
Yep, my favorite were the Nehru jackets that he used to wear.
High throw over there, but Paul Konerko was able to go get it. course, now Hawk is famous for all of his catchphrases. You and I are not big catchphrase guys, but over in that booth,
it works for Hawk. It might work for you, play by play. It wouldn't work for me. I know that.
Konerko to the bag, and in honor of Hawk, we say that Davis, or of Davis, he gone. See, it doesn't work for me. Rangers with one hit in the inning, one left. It's still 1-0 Chicago. More on defense, and last night it was Ian Kinsler making some magic up the middle. The Rangers absolutely flashed some leather in that game, but came up a little short, 4-3. Mark Burley getting out to a 4-0 start, getting credit for the win. Bobby Jenks came on to get the save. Josh Fields, a big rip. So got then a 23 home run rookie season in 07. Last year kind of a down year, but they're giving him a chance to reestablish in 09.
He hit 23 home runs 2 years ago as a rookie, and then didn't make the team next year. Probably hasn't happened very often.
No. Boy, 89 miles an hour and high. Josh Fields chases the gas. And the second strikeout for Brandon against his former team.
You see Jared holding his mitt high in the strike zone, a little bit above the strike zone, trying to get him to chase that pitch. And Brandon threw it exactly where Jared wanted it, and Josh Fields did chase it.
Quentin again digging the first pitch swing. Out number 2. It's an interesting lineup that Chicago runs out there. Some power and some speed. They can catch the ball too. In fact, the first two guys in their lineup tag kind of advertise what they do defensively. Chris Getz and Josh Fields.
Okay.
You didn't follow that one.
No, I followed it.
No. Unfortunately. 2 strikes to count to Tomey.
2 good pitches right there. Tomey took the fastball and then swung at a real good changeup. Didn't swing at that changeup,
nope.
though.
Just keeping Tomey off base in this ballpark. If you can do that by hook or by crook, that is absolutely an accomplishment. It's been 10 years since Tomey has failed to reach base in a game here.
Whoa.
Very close. Greg Gibson on balls and strikes tonight.
Tomey's got a pretty good eye at the plate, but that one.
Number 4.
did catch the plate.
That one, I thought might have
I
also.
thought he was going to call that. That looked like it would have caught the high part of the strike zone. It's a change up. And it was high. Okay, good call.
Now, that's strike 3. The Tolminator has struck out twice. So Brandon McCarthy does establish something here early. Still, Chicago's on top 1-0. One 0 our score, and folks, tomorrow night, same two teams having at it. The first 7,500 kids 13 and under receive a free pass to Six Flags. It's a $31 value. Kids tickets are priced as low as $3 for the game tomorrow. And seriously come out ahead in that deal. 9-7-2 Rangers. Saltalamacchia dropping down a bunt. Saw the third baseman Fields playing way back, but he just couldn't get it down. And it's not only a birthday to be celebrated by Saltalamacchia tonight, it's an anniversary. It's the anniversary of his big league call-up. Came up for the very first time as a big leaguer 2 years ago to the date. Hopping from Double-A to the big leagues in the Braves system. That has got to be a way cool 22nd birthday present, huh? You're in the show. You were in Mississippi playing Double-A ball. Now you're Braves against the Dodgers. And it didn't take long for Salty to get going once he was in the big leagues. Got a base hit off Randy Wolf a couple nights after his debut. First home run was against Cole Hamels. Swinging, and that is called a foul ball down there by Andy Fletcher.
It was a dangerous one for the ball boy. Zipped right by his head. And Contreras has been throwing from a sidearm motion to the right-hand hitters, but more traditional over the top three-quarter delivery to the left-hand hitters.
And the switch hitting Saltalamacchia with a 3-2 count. Salty, remember, was taken out of the game a couple of nights ago. Had that irritation in his right eye, which he thinks is allergy related. He sat things out last night.
And Contreras has had a lot more success against right-hand hitters than left-hand hitters. Left-hand hitters hitting .320, right-hand hitters hitting the low 200s against him.
Outside, Saltalamakia. A leadoff walk here in the third, bringing up Ian Kinsler. And if we're talking Ian Kinsler, we got to be talking extra base hits. Evan Longoria, last year's Rookie of the Year, 19 of them. Nick Swisher, last year was a White Sox. He's got 16 as a Yankee. Got 2 Rangers high up on that list, Kinsler and Young.
What a start for Longoria. He's hitting .370 with 7 home runs. He's leading the league with 28 runs batted in. There's a sidearm delivery to a right-hand hitter. A little cutter that he throws, a little slider. Pretty effective.
Kinsler, though, has had Contreras' number. He is 5 for 7 lifetime against him. And 4 of those 5 hits tag have now been doubles. Again, Josh Fields plays in even with the bag at third. Kinsler beat him right down that chalk line for his double back in the first. The Rangers did their scoring early in the game yesterday, but then just couldn't score again after the third. Chicago coming back for a 4-3 win.
One of the strengths for the White Sox is their bullpen. They're late inning bullpen guys, and the Rangers saw all 3 of them. Dotel, Linebrink, and Jenks, and all 3 of the right-handers were throwing really well. In addition to those 3, from the left side, they've got Matt Thornton, hard-throwing left-hander.
Nothing in to Kinsler at all that time.
He was going out of his way not to throw Ian a pitch he could handle. And what did he do? He ended up walking him. And that's what you have to do. When a pitcher is not going to give in to you by throwing you a good strike to hit, then the best thing you can do is take your base, get the walk, and let the next guy do the job.
What do you think about a second to sack bunt of the night for Omar Vizquel already?
I'd say there's a pretty good chance of it.
I was watching the highlights of the 1995 World Series today. Hanging out during the rain at home, and watched Omar drop down a pair of perfect bunts in that 95 World Series. The Indians against the Braves. In the late 90s, Tag, when they went back and looked at it, they figured out in the years 1997, 98, 99, the Indians asked Omar to lay down 45 sack bunts. He was 45 for 45.
Wow.
Every time they asked him to do it, he did it perfectly.
That is an incredible stat.
This one is popped foul. Omar, though, remembers a game against the Chicago White Sox, just to show you that anything can happen to you if you play long enough. I wouldn't think Omar could ever do this. He hit into 3 double plays in one game against the Chicago White Sox back in 2003. He erased Milton Bradley all 3 times. Faked the pickoff throw to second. Joe Torre once hit into a double play, all 4 at-bats in a game.
See, sometimes you're better off striking out.
Right.
Could have cut your outs in half. 4 punch outs better than 4 double plays. Well, now what's he going to do? Tried to sacrifice bunt one time. Now he's worked the count to 2-1.
Field still in at third. First baseman Konerko went on the grass as well. And there's the bunt. And it is perfect. Head first dive into first. Barely out is Vizquel. Just like his former teammate Robbie Alomar used to do all the time. That head first dive into first off a bunt.
Well, you asked what the chances were of 2 sacrifice bunts. I guess if he was 45 for 45, the chances were pretty good that he was going to be able to do it. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
Omar comes away wearing chalk and getting some love in that dugout for sacrificing the runners over. So Michael Young, who struck out in the first inning with a runner in scoring position, now has 2 in scoring position.
So Contreras is getting Michael to chase that pitch. Those are the pitches that Ian laid off of, and those are the pitches, if he keeps throwing, that Michael will have to lay off of too. Generally, he does.
I would think part of the battle has got to be mental. You know, I mean, with Josh Hamilton out of the lineup now for a couple of weeks, Michael Young is hitting 3-hole. He is essentially tacitly being told, you're the run producer. And you can't help the other guy out, right? You can't, just because you're in the 3-hole, you got runners at second and third. You still got to stay with what you do. There's some restraint. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, one thing Contreras has is he has first base open, so he doesn't have to throw Michael a strike. And my guess is if he does throw him a strike, it'll be a mistake. He's trying to throw him right where he threw those first 2 pitches.
I did it again. Side arming it towards that outside part of the plate. Michael Young strikes out again. As close to the plate as Ian Kinsler stands, that's the pitch that Ian might have at least fouled off. But Michael stands a good 5 or 6 inches more off the plate than Ian does. So it's left to Hank Blaylock. The White Sox have not won a game yet this year that Contreras has started.
I'm going to go with the call early in the game. I waited till late in the game. Tonight,
Right.
tonight I'm going early.
All right, well.
Home run porch coming up.
I hope you're right. Blaylock has already hit a half a dozen home runs this year. Rangers lead the majors in hitting home runs. And the most they've got is from their leadoff man. That is Kinsler. You see Saltalamacchia at third, Kinsler at second. Hank trying to check, and yes, he does. A drive, you might be right, sir. Right center field, it is gone!
If you think Hank Blaylock feels good, how do you think I feel? On the board after being shut out for 3 straight years. Boy, I got my confidence back. I found my mojo.
So that's where it was.
It was in Hank's bat.
Well, I give you all kinds of credit. And I won't even mention it wasn't upper tank. I give you full credit.
That's okay.
Way to go, partner. And now Marlon Byrd down the right field line. Right to the corner. It's foul, not by much. All right, Tom Grieve was feeling it. Hank Blaylock supplied the actual power.
That's, I'm sure, not where Contreras was trying to throw it. Fastball right down the middle of the plate with first base open. I don't think he wanted to make that pitch, and Hank showed him why.
Blaylock with 7 home runs in 21 games now for the Rangers. Remember, last year it was just a matter of staying healthy. Hank couldn't do that. And then once he finally returned to the lineup and he was healthy, he was creaming the ball that last week of last season. He had 5 home runs his last 7 games of last year. He's got 7 in his first 20 this year. So, I mean, some simple math here tells you that's a dozen of home runs in 27 games now for Hank.
I think at the end of the year last year, Hank was probably the best hitter on the team. Never swung the bat better than he did the last part of the season. Go ahead and lay off it.
The Rangers have been hitting a lot of solo homers and 2-run homers. But that one from Hank Blaylock was a 3-run home run to catapult the Rangers on top of Chicago. And my partner called it. The big moment. 3-1 Texas at the end of 3. Rangers on top 3-1. And our Aflac trivia question talking about the White Sox of 77, the Southside Hitmen. How many players from that team in the horrible uniforms went on to play for the Rangers? Answer coming up in the bottom of the 4th inning. Those were some bad threads, and I don't mean bad like, you know, good. I mean really poor threads.
They really look bad on guys that had bad bodies to begin with.
Well, I'm no prize myself, but how did Wilbur Wood look in that?
He looked bad in the shorts. He looked pretty good though when he was throwing that knuckleball up there. Though he won a lot of games for the White Sox.
Wasn't until 1983 they coined the phrase "winning ugly," which actually is a phrase unwittingly coined by Chicago native Doug Rader while managing the Rangers.
Yes, he did.
Actually, Doug later said he was misquoted. But by then the phrase was on the T-shirts, and the Sox were a runaway winner of the AL West.
White Sox loved that phrase.
That was a fun team, though, that 83 team. Roland Heeman, the GM. Tony La Russa was the manager. Colorful characters. They had the Hickman, Kevin Hickey in the bullpen. They had Dick Tidrow and Dennis Lamp. Tom Paciorek was on that team, but also a bunch of RBI Rottweilers like Carlton Fisk and Greg Luzinski, Ron Kittle. Jermaine Dye lines to right. We go to Mr. Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. Look who we have here. It's John Blake of the Texas Rangers to announce that All-Star balloting, the ballots are out. All-Star voting has begun.
Well, it's that time of year again, Jim, and Last year, Ranger fans were so great about all-star balloting. Got Josh Hamilton elected to the American League All-Star team as a starter. 3 other Rangers went to the game, and hopefully this year will be just as great. All-star balloting has started here in Park as of last night. We have a bunch of all-stars here that are just getting ready to do some of their in-park casting of their ballots. Fans can also go online, and if you vote up to 25 times at TexasRangers.com, you'll get 2 free tickets to a future Rangers game. So encourage everybody to vote for their favorite Rangers for the 2009 All-Star team. I'll be in St. Louis, and hopefully some Rangers will be too.
I'm sure they will. All right, John, appreciate it. Real quick, let's get the ideas of what these little guys are going to do. Who are you voting for?
Josh Hamilton.
Josh Hamilton.
Michael Young.
Michael Young and
Josh Hamilton.
Okay, very good. Vote Rangers. All right, let's stuff the ballot box here. All right, thank you, guys and girls. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Chris Davis grabs one off the bat of Paul Konerko. And by the way, props to John Blake, who's now emerging as kind of the Hugh Jackman versatile.
I think John has become a star.
I really think he's got some promise. I think he could host the Oscars.
I think that should be like at least a weekly feature having John on.
At the very least. McCarthy to A.J. Pierzynski. That is ball 1 down and in. I mean, the thing, you know, with John, is he's a showman now too. You know, it's not just he can talk.
He's into it.
Pierzynski a pop-up. Foul ground. Michael Young looking, reaching, couldn't hold it. That railing was coming up on him. He got the glove on the baseball, but just couldn't hang on.
Simple catch if there's no dugout and no railing, but that railing adds a different dimension to it, especially since you're right near the corner of that railing.
There are, by the way, some other cells of storms in the area, and it would behoove Brandon McCarthy to just keep working quickly, get the Rangers an official ball game here. That'll help if Saltalamacchia can catch it. He's got it in fair territory. A very quick and easy inning. Brandon McCarthy and the Rangers on top 3-1. Back to the Aflac trivia question. As the Rangers and White Sox try to play through some raindrops now. The Southside Hitmen of 77. There are a bunch of guys off that team that would become Rangers later. Alan Bannister, Brian Downing, Oscar Gamble, Lamar Johnson, Soderholm, and Zisk. Pitch at risk to Richie Zisk. All right, the Rangers leading 3-1. And may do well to be in hurry-up mode right now. There are some more storms about to move on through. It started to drizzle at the ballpark. And this ball game becomes official 6 outs from now, if indeed the Rangers still have the lead. The Hank Blaylock home run, 3-run shot is what has the Rangers on top. It had been a little more than 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks actually, since the last 3-run homer by a Ranger. I've been filling up the box scores with solos and 2-run shots, but 3 runs batted in on 1 swing by Blaylock. Now Murphy to right field. And that is down for extra bases. Guy goes to the base of the wall, and David Murphy has himself a double. Murphy's 2 for 2.
If the Mendoza line is 200, who's got the 100 line? Because David's over that line now. Zeroing in on the Mendoza line.
Up into the 1-teens.
Yep. Now it's just a matter of time. And with a limited amount of at-bats, all it takes is a couple of good games to get you right back where you want to be. A couple of ropes for David tonight, too. He almost took Contreras' head off the first time out.
Nelson Cruz spanks it into right center field, and that one rolls to the base of the wall, too. Cruz motors to second, trading places with Murphy. It's a double to make it 4-1.
Yeah, for a right-hand hitter against Contreras, he likes to drop down and throw the ball away. That's the way you should hit him right there. Drive the ball to the opposite field. You see Przinsky, well, he didn't hit the target that time. He's trying to throw the ball away. He throws it right down the middle of the plate. You could see Przinsky shift away. The ball came in, and when it was hit, Przinsky kind of stood up and shrugged his shoulders. And that's what happens to a big league hitter when you make a mistake many times.
By the way, the emails and the tweets are coming in fast and furious, congratulating you, Mr. Grieve.
Oh, man, you don't know how much I appreciate the support.
Breaking the, what do you say, a 3-year cold
3-year
drought?
I'm pretty sure it's a 3-year drought.
I mean, I believe you when you say that, but I just, with your baseball acumen, I can't believe it was 3 years.
That's called baseball luck.
Bouncing ball, base hit, Davis.
Got another double.
All righty. 3 in a row to start the inning. Any thoughts of the Rangers just going quickly and quietly to beat the rain? No, they're doubling up a storm here. (5-1) Texas.
It looked like Konerko got to the ball, but it took a hop right over his glove.
Action will begin in that Chicago bullpen as Don Cooper, their pitching coach, heads out. By the way, if you'd like to email the booth, congratulate my partner on breaking his call drought, or you can Twitter us. That's how you Twitter right there, twitter.com, FS Southwest. And if you'd like to email, that address is foxsports.com. And the keyword is email Rangers. You can do more than just congratulate tag, but
I feel like the call is kind of like the first fake to third, throw to first pickoff play. You know, you see it a lot, but it doesn't work that much. Well, the call, you hear it a lot, but it doesn't work that much. But every now and then it does. Every now and then you hit.
Saltalamacchia, who walked and scored last inning, is going to drive one to center field. In the air at the track. And there's Podsednik right at the base of the wall. Davis moves to third, and Kinsler comes to the plate. Well, the fans are feeling it now. Everybody's swinging the bat for the Rangers.
Couldn't tell whether he got all of it or not. I think he got all of it. He just got underneath it. Hit it basically 399 feet. It's straightaway center field. But it does move a man into scoring position with one out.
Clayton Richard, former Michigan Wolverine, getting ready. Infield comes in for Chicago. Not all the way in, but in enough where they can have a play at the plate. I remember last time up they pitched Kinsler away, and then further away. Didn't come in at all. You come in just a little, and that's what happens. 6-1. Texas on top of Chicago. Boy, Kinsler with a double, a walk, and a single in 4 innings.
Well, he was scalding hot early, went through a little bit of a lull, and chances are he's going to get scalding hot again. And again, I think that's another pitch that just didn't come close to hitting the target that Contreras wanted.
It's been a rough start this year for Contreras. And the Rangers, never a team who's really matched up that well against. That was just not a great situation for him tonight. He will leave the game down 6-1. And again, the game does not become official until the White Sox are done batting in the top of the 5th. There's rain in the area. The Rangers piling it on. Now they've got to beat the clock. We'll come back, tell you about the new pitcher in just a moment on Fox Sports Southwest. Now the Rangers with 3 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, leading 6-1, but here comes the rain. A lot of umbrellas popping up as we check out our Verizon call to the bullpen.
Richard on the season, this will be his 9th ball game. Giving up a couple of home runs and opponent's batting average of .333.
Infield, the double play depth, first a toss to first base. The Rangers have already doubled 3 times in the inning. Got an email already asking what's the Ranger record for most doubles in an inning, and the answer is 6. Against the Yankees in 2002. That was Mike Mussina who absorbed that beating.
That day.
Yeah.
Boy, of all guys, Mike Mussina.
I know. It was Pudge, it was Mike Lamb, Mike Young, Catalanato, and a couple by Mensch. Laced by Vizquel to left field. That ball jumps over the head of Quentin. 4 doubles in the inning. 7-1 Texas.
A pretty good day for Omar. 2 sacrifice bunts and an RBI double.
5th hit of the inning, but yeah, 4 of them now have been doubles. And Omar getting a chance to bat right-handed. Just pops one over the head of Quentin as the rain picks up in its intensity now. And again, not an official game until the White Sox are done batting in the 5th. Strike 1 to Michael Young. He struck out twice against Contreras. The White Sox led 1-0 into the bottom of the 3rd tonight. 3 in the 3rd, 4 in the 4th. But again, the issue now is the weather. As Michael takes up and outside, Blaylock hangs out on deck. It was Hank's 3-run home run that ignited the Ranger comeback, his 7th home run of the year already. That ball slashed into the crowd, and the one thing that always worries you with all the umbrellas up, it's not easy to see foul balls or react to foul balls all the time. Got to be a little bit more focused if you're a fan under an umbrella. Young pegs it to right into the glove of Jermaine Dye. The 2 outs in this inning. Boy, Saltalamacchia hit one to the base of the wall in center. Young just hit a pellet out there to Jermaine Dye. A strike to Blaylock.
And I think what Brandon McCarthy has to be careful of when he goes back out for the 5th inning is don't rush things, trying to get the outs before the rain comes, because you never know what the rain's going to do. I mean, the rain you might rush, get in trouble, walk a couple guys, give up some runs, and all of a sudden the rain stops and you never see it again. So you got to pitch your normal game and let Mother Nature do what it's going to do, but you don't want to change your game.
Grounds crew did a real nice job getting the field ready. A lot of rain all day today, as I'm sure you know, here in the Metroplex, but this game started only 40 minutes late. Scooped out of the mud by Przinsky. The home team judges whether or not the game should actually start. Then once the game is going, the crew chief is in charge the rest of the way about whether to play, when play shall be suspended, or what have you. Tim McClelland is the crew chief here. He's the second base umpire, and the guy who's been doing this for a while. Could that be the 5th double of the inning? Blaylock around first, tries for second. The throw heading there, not in time. Another run scores. It is a 5-double inning for the Rangers, one shy of their all-time franchise record. Homer double, 4 batted in for Blaylock tonight.
Nice job of hitting too against the lefty. Ball's out over the plate, away from him. Just goes away with it. And ripped it too.
Now Marlon Byrd can help tie a Ranger record for most doubles in one inning. Instead, he's going to foul it right off A.J. Przinsky's mask.
I think that got both of them. I think that got the catcher and the umpire.
Double mask?
I think so. Let's check it out.
1, 2.
Boink.
Yep.
Wow.
That's tough to do. It's like a pinball game right there.
Jeez. By the time it hit the umpire, it still had some speed to it, too.
The Rangers have batted around in a rainy bottom of the fourth. Marlon Byrd, left center.
Keep going.
Nah. Just another Ranger RBI right there.
I want to see a third out so we can get back out there and get this game official.
9-1 Rangers. And Don Cooper strolls to the mound. No action in the Chicago bullpen. David Murphy started all this with what else? A double. And now he's going to bat again. The rain appears to be getting heavier.
Yeah, Clayton Richard has not had a lot of success. He's given up a line shot double to Vizquel. Michael Young lined out to right field. Blaylock hit a hard double to left, and now Marlin has ripped one to center field. He's faced 4 hitters. All 4 of them have hit the ball hard. You can hear the thunder rumbling in the background, and you're right, it's not raining any less.
Way up into those raindrops. Chris Getz will make the catch, and it could be that they're going to pull the tarp here. Tim McClellan wants to talk about it with the grounds crew. We'll see when we come back. It's 9-1 at the end of 4. Buy your Texas Ford dealers. Check out the all-new F-150 and drive one. Ford is the best in Texas. By Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And by Corona, this Cinco de Mayo, be sure to grab some ice-cold Corona or Corona Light. Well, the storm's passing through the area. The Rangers hoping they pass quick enough that the game can resume, because all they need is 3 more outs, and this will be an official game. The Rangers, a 9-1 lead on Chicago. They were busy, so busy, putting 6 runs on the board in that bottom of the 4th inning that, well, time kind of ran out, and the tarp is on the field for now. And again, just a quick check of the radar tag shows that we're kind of surrounded by light green and dark green, but no yellow or red. Yellow and red is bad. And light green and dark green just kind of spotty on that radar. So I think the thought is that at some point we will resume. The Rangers would sure love that. They'd love to resume just long enough to get 3 outs and make this thing count.
Yeah, you don't want to waste this kind of a lead, this kind of offensive barrage. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we continue the game.
We knew that it would be an issue coming in. The weather tonight, it just was one of those May days in North Texas that we're all quite used to, unfortunately. But the Rangers, while it started to storm, well, they were just storming around the bases in that 4th inning. All those doubles. And David Murphy started the carnage as he ripped one to right center, or excuse me, to right field. Nelson Cruz's went to right center. And Chris Davis would follow with yet another right down the right field line. Saltalamacchia flied out to the base of the wall in center, but then Omar Vizquel with a double following a Kinsler base hit. Michael Young lined to right, and then Hank Blaylock would double. This is after a 3-run homer back in the 3rd. So it was a fun inning, but maybe too long of an inning. So we kind of paused the proceedings at 9-1. We go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. Right here on the field, Dennis Klein, the head groundskeeper. He's in really high gear right now, getting his orchestrating his whole team right here, and they're doing a great job. Now, directly behind me, Dennis Klein is now going into the tunnel. Right behind him, that's where the umpires are huddled up. They're looking at the screen back there, which shows all the weather around the area. It's just a cell hitting us right now. Then after that, it looks clear. So they're going to wait this out, and there's going to be baseball tonight, definitely. Just a cell going through right now. The field seems to be in tip-top shape. There will be baseball tonight, guys.
Great, Jim. We're holding you to that. The Rangers would love for that to be the case.
I'm going with Jim. He said that with enthusiasm, like he knew exactly what was going to happen. I'm betting on Jim.
He can do it all. Weatherman Jim Knox. 9-1 Rangers as we get set for the top of the 5th. But as we're getting set, we watch it rain. And so that you don't have to, we'll send you to some alternative programming right now under the lights on Fox Sports Southwest. who's been told that he can play ball. And all right, if he can play ball real quick, we don't have to worry about how hard it starts to rain again. Although, boy, right now it's pouring.
It's going to have to pour for them to put the tarp on again. And it's getting pretty close.
All right, chop, chop, Brandon McCarthy. 3 outs, and the Rangers are in real good shape. There is ball 1 outside to Alexi Ramirez. You've got an 8-run cushion right here. That's because the Rangers scored 6 in the bottom of the 4th. As we look at the radar, and we're no meteorologists, believe it, but it looks like we're just kind of on the edge of some passing light green and dark green. The red and yellow is up in the Grapevine Carrollton area right now. Ian Kinsler times his leap. 2 outs to go. We play beat the rain, beat the clock. Pretty complete night for Ian Kinsler. Single, double, walk, run scored, RBI, leaping catch. Now Scott Podsednik with the corner men in. Podsednik always a threat to drop one down. Instead, he'll take a strike. And Brandon McCarthy, I mean, whether it's rain shortened or not, he's never had a complete game as a Texas Ranger. Wouldn't it be something if he could do it against the White Sox?
I remember the complete game Cam Lowe had in Boston, a 5-inning complete game.
Yep, the 6-0 shutout. A 5-inning 2-hitter.
Yep.
Brandon had 3 complete games in the minors back in 2004. All right, Brandon, do your thing. 2 down.
Brandon's thrown some good curveball. Well, he'll call it a slider. I'll call it a curveball, whatever you want to call it. This pitch. And it's been a good pitch for him today. He's also had probably the best command of all of his pitches today in any of his 5 starts. Hasn't walked a batter. He struck out 3. Thrown a lot of strikes.
It was a 40-minute rain delay off the top tonight and a 22-minute rain delay in the middle. Right in between the bottom of the 4th and the top of the 5th. Now, you and I are talking like, you know, the game might be called right as soon as this. I don't think it's going to be, Tag. I mean,
actually, the rain has almost stopped.
Right.
Now. I think we're just going to see this the rest of the night. Showers. Rain stop, rain start. But pretty positive 2 nights from the starting pitching. Scott Feldman, terrific last night. Brandon throwing very well tonight.
It'll be Matt Harrison's turn tomorrow night. Then the Rangers set up nicely in Seattle, that brief 2-game series. Now, Seattle for now is the first place team in the West. The Rangers will have their 2 best going, Millwood and Padilla. On the ground is short. Omar Vizquel waits for it, and this is now an official game here in Arlington.
Another good breaking ball.
Plenty of run support for Brandon McCarthy against his former team tonight. The Rangers up 9-1. Yes, it's official. Rangers and folks, kids 13 and under can sign up now for the Junior Rangers Club presented by Dr. Pepper. As a member of the Rangers Kids Fan Club, you'll receive 8 ticket vouchers. 8. A chance to hear from Rangers players at a Meet the Rangers function. You get a backpack, you get a cap at TexasRangers.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's pouring again. And isn't it nice that this is an official game? The Rangers needed to get 3 outs, and they got them. And here comes the rain again. I don't trust the radar anymore at all. According to what we're looking at, it's not raining in Arlington, according to the computer. But I think Brandon McCarthy and Omar Vizquel would agree with that guy getting wet right now. It is raining again in Arlington. But again, the Rangers with the 3-run third, that was the Blaylock home run. The 6-run fourth, that was the 5 doubles to get that done. It's 9-1, and if you're a Ranger fan, you can pretty much put your feet up right now. I mean, either this thing resumes at some point and it's 9-1, or if it keeps on raining, you just go home and it's a 9-1 final and you're back to within a game of 500. And because we just don't trust anything anybody says about the weather right now, because who knows what's going to happen the rest of the night, we'll simply just hang out, watch the grounds crew do their work, and let you all watch some more Under the Lights until we can hopefully come back and play more baseball. 9-1 Rangers over the White Sox. Enjoy. about 40 minutes ago when the Rangers were able to get the final 3 outs in the top of the 5th. That made Brandon McCarthy eligible to beat his former team. Now the Rangers, now that the rain has again moved out, well, they need not 3 outs anymore, Tag, but 4 innings now to complete this thing. And Lance Broadway comes on at a TCU, local kid, Mansfield resident, and he will get a chance now to face the Rangers in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Well, you know, one thing, Josh, before we get started here, we might explain is the official game situation,
which had everybody flummoxed.
Everybody was a little confused. There has been a rule change. We'll get into that as far as a suspended game goes. But had we not played the top of the 5th inning, everything would have been canceled. It would not have been a suspended game to be continued. If it's not an official game, the records don't count, the game doesn't count, and you start it all over again. Now that the game has been played in the top of the 5th, it's an official game, and if it rains again and it's canceled, then the game counts and it stops where it is. The new rule is, though, once it's an official game and it's tied, then you continue it from where it left off as a suspended game. Or if the visiting team goes ahead in the top of the inning, then you continue it and it's a suspended game from that point. So we probably were a little confusing, only because we were confused ourselves.
Well, the rule has changed somewhat, and that whole debacle in the World Series last year, right, I think led everybody to re-examine. And you know what's crazy is Major League Baseball does not put out, or has not put out yet, the 2009 rule book for mass consumption.
That's why no one has it then.
Yeah, it's not in the stores that I have seen, and I'm sure if we were really diligent about it, you and I could probably get one. But you and I have been going off the 2008 version, knowing full well that there's been an update.
And evidently, the update has been something that just takes place during postseason play. A postseason game cannot end unless it's played 9 innings. But anyway, this is an official game right now.
Yep.
No matter whether it rains or not, the Rangers, if they are ahead, they will get a win. Don't have to worry about playing enough to make it an official game anymore.
We've had 3 separate rain delays tonight. One right off the top. That one lasted 40 minutes. Then we had the really weird 22-minute rain delay that had everybody searching for a 2009 rule book, because at that point it was only 4 innings in the books, not 4.5. Then this last rain delay actually took an hour 10. Felt like only 40 minutes, Tag, but it was an hour 10. So if you add it all up, we've had, 1, 2, carry the 2. 2 hours and 12 minutes of sitting around tonight. But if you're a Ranger fan, that's well worth it. 9-1 our score. And Nelson Cruz with a ground ball to short. Nelly's thinking, man, I waited an hour and 10 minutes to do that. Jose Contreras started and did not get out of the 4th inning tonight. Clayton Richard barely got out of the 4th inning. Started pretty much right where Contreras had left off, giving up a bunch of doubles. The Rangers ended up with close to a team record, 5 doubles in 1 inning. They also got that big 3-run homer from Blaylock back in the 3rd. Now Lance Broadway missing down and into Chris Davis. Finalist for the Roger Clemens Award. His last year at TCU was Lance Broadway. Started out at Dallas Baptist before he got to TCU. Threw a couple no-hitters as a freshman at Dallas Baptist. 15th overall pick in 2005. First round guy. And you can see he's got good stuff. Keeping everything down and away to Davis.
A lot of off-speed pitches. Look like good changeup right there.
Best changeup in the farm system, according to Baseball America.
There it was. You just saw it.
Davis hangs in there, gets a piece of that. The crowd began the night at close to 27,000. There was great advance sale for this game tonight. But obviously the crowd is thinned out. The rain washing a lot of the spectators back home. Davis sails one to right center field. But moving on over, there's Jermaine Dye.
A lot of people have stayed. We were talking to some people right down in front of us. They said, hey, we're from Oklahoma. We drove a long way to the game. We're staying till the bitter end.
Well, if you're a Ranger fan, again, it's worth it to watch a team get back to what we know how they can do. Obviously, hitting the ball has not been a problem tonight. And Brandon McCarthy threw about 20 pitches in that first inning. Had a couple issues there in the second. He hit Paul Konerko. But boy, after that, he was just dead on. He actually retired the last 11 that he faced. And it looks like Luis Mendoza will pick it up when the White Sox are batting in the 6th inning. Long birthday for Jared Saltalamacchia. Salty turning 24 today / tonight. We'll have an opportunity to update a bunch of scores for you as we move along. Again, if you went away, welcome back. We are just getting going again. A game that was halted after 4 innings resumed briefly to just make it official, getting 3 outs in the top of the 5th. Now in the bottom of the 5th, Saltalamacchia with 2 men out, nobody on.
There's that changeup again. Got great motion with it to confuse the hitter, and so far he's kept it down too, where tough to do anything with it.
Fields going over towards the line. A leaping acrobatic throw is high, skipping into the crowd. That should be a hit and an error. Happy birthday, Salty. You're going to second base. Fields is a heck of an athlete, but tough to make that Derek Jeter play from the line at third base.
Yeah, that's a long throw from there. I think Salty obviously would have beaten it out even if it was an accurate throw, but he would have made it close anyway. Nice try.
That is 11 hits for the Rangers tonight against 14 outs. Crazy thing about that, Michael Young is 0 for 3. Of course, Josh Hamilton is on the DL. But there is so much hitting on this Ranger team, so much depth when it comes to that. Kinsler already, a walk, a single, and a double. Triple and a homer. He's got another cycle. Just saying.
Hey, I'm all for it. Although I'd rather save him for tomorrow.
Yeah, the Rangers have steered themselves into a good spot tonight. Tomorrow, the nationally televised game, the former Ranger farmhand John Danks against Matt Harrison. A 7:08 first pitch. Bouncing ball foul from Ian.
Broadway looks like he has one of those changeups that you could throw a lot. And even if the hitter has seen it a lot, it still looks like it's going to be a tough pitch to hit.
Got the perfect soap opera name too, doesn't he? Lance Broadway.
Yeah.
Kinsler turns on it and fouls it. Uh-oh. We all right?
Down goes Frazier. It was worth staying after the rain delay.
Kinsler just missing down that third base line.
Getting closer, though.
Yeah. Nice. See, again, you hang out for the double, triple rain delay.
It was worth it.
Get yourself a foul ball. And now, straight from the set of Guiding Light, Lance Broadway will strike out Ian Kinsler. Still 9-1. But we're playing again. The 6th inning after this. Tonight's Ranger game on Fox Sports Southwest being presented by Amica Insurance. It's not just how you're covered, it's how you're treated. For more information, visit amicatexas.com. Weather has been the star tonight. The Rangers lead 9-1, a game that has been interrupted 3 times because of rain, but looks like we're good for a little while now, and hopefully the Rangers can cruise on from here. Luis Mendoza, under any circumstances, is just happy to be in a ball game, I would think, Tag.
Yeah, he was called up on the 23rd of April, so it's been 9 or 10 days since he's pitched in a game. He's definitely well rested, but he's been getting his work in the bullpen, so hopefully that won't be a problem. He's got 8 runs to work with, and he is the long man today. Derek Holland pitched yesterday, and everybody else is a little more suited to shorter stints at the end of the game. So Luis's job is, I think, ideally to pitch 4 innings, but definitely pitch into the 8th inning. Ooh, what a surprise. It's starting to sprinkle again.
Oh, again? It is, isn't it? Well, for Brandon McCarthy, 5 innings, 1 run against a team that raised him. No walks. And I think a real good sign, Tag, is the fact that for the first time this year, Brandon kept the ball entirely in the ballpark, did not allow a home run. And those are 5 very solid innings. Only 68 pitches needed to get through 5.
I think everything is pointed in the right direction and has been from Brandon's first start. There's been a couple of games where his command wasn't quite where he would want it. But the big thing is he was throwing over 90 pitches or 100 pitches, taking his turn every time out, showing quality stuff. His velocity was up, making a lot of good pitches. And so everything was pointed in the right direction. And then today, he probably had the best command of all his pitches that he's had all season. He threw a lot of strikes, a lot of quality pitches with all his pitches. And it's too bad the rain came because it looked like he was breezed through 5. Could have gone easily a couple of more innings.
Yeah, that's the thing. Brandon really looking forward to proving to everybody that he can be a 7 or 8 inning guy. He's still never gone 7 innings as a Ranger. But the combination of the stuff he had and the tempo that he had tonight, I think you're absolutely right. Were it not for the rain, we would have seen that tonight. Quentin hacks one to left field, and Murphy stays with it. He plucks it right off the tips of the blades of grass down there.
Well, that was a hard sinking line drive, and David calmly reached down and caught it.
Quentin I don't think has taken a pitch in this game. He's just been firing away at the first one every time. Now Jim Thome. He'll first pitch swing and foul one into the crowd.
Right, it almost hit about 20 people. It was like a rock skimming across a lake.
I used to love doing that, boy.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Thome, and even with Kinsler playing out there in right field, you just can't keep Jim Thome off base in this ballpark. 30 games in a row that he has played in this ballpark, he's found a way to get on. Got to go back to 1998 to find the last time he didn't do it.
Well, Kinsler's practically playing out in right field, trying to take that line drive away, or a hard hit ground ball, but he still hit it right over his head, but still in front of Nelly.
That will make Jim Thome, oh boy, 22 for his last 42 against the Rangers. Ball 1 to Jermaine Dye. Rangers with a 3-run third and a 6-run fourth. Hank Blaylock, big hits in both of those innings. Ranger DH tonight has 4 runs batted in. That includes his 7th home run of the year.
There's a good sinker.
Happy birthday, Salty. The big veteran Jermaine Dye, owner of 300 career home runs, steers ahead in the count 3-1. And Paul Konerko, also with 300 home runs, is on deck. Ooh, look out. That didn't sound good at all. Jermaine Dye hit with a 3-1 pitch. He is a big part of their offense. That sounded like it hit him right in the hand.
That one just totally got away from Mendoza, who under the circumstances is 3-1. He's just trying to throw a strike right there. And that ball was way up and in, not even close.
Herm Schneider is a head athletic trainer for the White Sox and has been for a long time. 31st season as the White Sox head athletic trainer. Brian Ball, his assistant.
Dye definitely in pain. That ball hit him right in the side of the hand, looked like right in his, above his little finger. He's obviously going to come out of the game. Almost looked like his hand comes off the bat. It does. His hand,
boy, yeah.
His hand came off the bat, so when the ball hit it, his hand was facing the ball. It didn't glance off it like it would if his hand was still on the bat. Ooh, that did not look good.
Yep, with that hand off the bat, it's just kind of exposed. Brent Lillibridge will take over as the runner at first base. Well, that's a real blow to the White Sox if that's a serious injury. And Jermaine Dye has had, I mean, when you go back and look at his history, for a while it was just things like strained quads and things like that, but really starting with that weird foul ball injury he had in the playoffs with the Oakland A's. He's had ones that have really knocked him out for a while. Torn cartilage in his knee from there. He had a separated shoulder that kept him out for about 8 weeks. Konerko hit by a pitch back in the second. Came around to score what so far is the only run for Chicago. Underratedly solid player is Paul Konerko. That one is into him. And Mendoza, who did not allow a run in 10 innings at AAA. That's why he got the call when the Rangers needed to make a move. He was put 2 on. It's now 2-1 to Konerko. Into the crowd it will go. 2-2. Paul Konerko into this year, I guess, appeared to be on the decline. His batting average had dropped 73 points in 2 years' time. And he's a notoriously slow starter, but here he is on May the 2nd, hitting in the 3 teens. He's already got 18 runs batted in.
Well, if he's a notoriously slow starter who finishes strong, this could be a great year for him.
Reaches out to tap it into the crowd. Nice catch up there, too. Rain delays of 40 minutes, 22 minutes, and 1 hour 10. So we are only in the top of the 6th inning at 11 bells here, North Texas time. 3-2.
That's a pretty good curveball that Luis is throwing. Hadn't been able to throw it for a strike yet, but sharp breaking pitch. Konerko starts his swing but holds up.
9 balls, 9 strikes so far from Mendoza, who again has replaced McCarthy.
Well, the way the bullpen is set up for tonight's game, Ron really needs for Mendoza to give him at least 2 innings tonight. Otherwise, you've got to go to shorter relievers, and it might limit you to what you got tomorrow. I doubt they want to use Holland on back-to-back days. CJ pitched last night. Frankie's the closer. O'Day can pitch frequently. He'd be fine. And Jennings can pitch tonight, but ideally, you'd love to see Mendoza finish out the game and have everybody fresh for tomorrow.
A.J. Pierzynski now trying to get the White Sox right back in it. He drives it deep right field. Nelly Cruz is back, and the White Sox are back in it on a grand slam. First pitch to A.J. Pierzynski.
He got the first 2 outs quickly, and Tommy singled, and then he got himself in trouble. He hit Dye, he walked Konerko, and that set up Pierzynski's home run. Pierzynski had only knocked in 3 runs the whole year. He knocked in more than that with that swing.
He had 2 home runs and 3 runs batted in, and boy, that's plenty of plate right there as you look at the Steel pitch tracker. It is his 7th career grand slam for Pierzynski, his 2nd against the Rangers. He got Chan-Ho Park. Now he has got Luis Mendoza. And now Alexei Ramirez sails one to left field. Murphy at the track will make the catch. All right. 4 on the board. And the Sox, following that long rain delay, have cut it to 9-5. For the Sonic Slam inning already. Brought to you by Sonic. The jackpot worth $800 tonight, plus tickets to a Ranger game and dinner at Sonic Drive-In. Yadi Cervantes from Dallas. Good luck. If a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, we're giving away $25,000. No shirt, no service, son. Rangers 9, White Sox 5. As we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Been dealing with the rain all night tonight here in the Metroplex. Omar Vizquel takes the strike. 2 sack bunts and a double for the 42-year-old Ranger shortstop. And again with this thinned out crowd. Nice night for a foul ball now if you're hanging around. It's an inning that Luis Mendoza was waiting to pitch. As you said, Tag, he hadn't pitched in 10 days since arriving here with the Rangers, but suddenly that's an inning he'd like to have back. He gave up the grand slam to Pierzynski.
Yeah, he got 2 outs right off the bat, so all that occurred after 2 were out and nobody was on.
Little loop shot from Omar Vizquel. Lillibridge can't get it. And Omar having quite a night. Playing great D, 2 sack bunts, a single and a double. That is Lillibridge now in center. Podsednik has moved to right as again Jermaine Dye got hit hard in the wrist by a pitch from Mendoza.
That's the difference between a high changeup and one that's down, is even though you're fooled, you can still get the bat on it, have a chance to get the bat on it if it's up like that, which Omar did. A lot of them are down a little bit below the knees. Not quite as easy to get the bat on those if you commit to swing at them.
Michael Young strangely 0 for 3 on a night that the Rangers are putting up a bunch of runs. But you know what? Even in that 30-3 game a couple of years ago, Michael was the one Ranger that didn't have an RBI in that game. Pretty weird.
Yeah, that is pretty weird. If you saw the Rangers scored 30 runs, you'd have to guess that Michael Young had at least something going on in that game.
There was a lot of David Murphy, a lot of Salta Lamacchia, a lot of Ramon Vasquez in that game. Ramon, by the way, now a Pirate. Pittsburgh, not Somali. Oh, hey, we're chair diving.
Wow. Be careful.
Goodness. Is he all right? I hope he's okay.
Well, he was serious.
Man.
He hit the seats harder than the ball did.
I know. It's very cool to get a foul ball. Just please, everybody, don't get hurt. Now those seat backs are wet too, you know. Konerko thought about second base. Instead, he'll take it over to first. Vizquel advances, and Hank Blaylock comes up already with a 4 RBI night. Tag, I bet you're wondering about the out-of-town scoreboard.
Sure I am.
I was hoping you were, because it's time to look at it.
I'm going to hear it anyway, whether I am or not.
You're right. You could have said, no, I don't care a whit. I would have said, well, here are the scores, Tom. Happy ending right there. The kid got the ball after all.
Well, he worked for it. Hopefully he's okay.
Broadway to Blaylock. Down too low. Royals over the Twins in 11. 10-7 that final. And Joaquin Soria on for the save. Meantime, a chance for the Rangers to gain a game on Seattle. Get back to within 2.5 because the A's have snuck past the Mariners tonight. Got one in the 8th, one in the 9th. Won the game 3-2.
Kansas City goes to 13-11 on the season. They're right near the top of their division.
It's a very crowded AL Central. If the White Sox lose this game, you'll have, let's see, well, yeah, you'll have 4 teams within a game of each other.
Yeah, Kansas City will actually be in first place.
Outside corner to Hank. Angels beat the Yankees. That final was 8-4. Blaylock draws a walk.
Intentionally after those pitches.
Yeah, no kidding.
Close.
Marlon Byrd will get a chance to hit. CC Sabathia hit hard in that game for the Yankees today, Tag, and he's now 1-3, the big ticket acquisition for New York.
Well, the Yankees are off to a decent start in spite of that. They're now 13-11.
Sabathia got outpitched by Matt Palmer, the 30-year-old rookie out of Missouri State.
Wow. Don't know much about Matt. Congratulations, though.
Another one down too low. That Przinsky is going to fire into right field. Blaylock hangs out at first base, but Vizquel basically gets third base donated.
Yeah, there wasn't anything Konerko could do because Hank was diving back to the bag and the ball got there at the same time.
Przinsky's first look, it appeared, was down to second base. Then he thought maybe he had to play at first. And instead, he's been charged with an error. A great chance for Marlon Byrd to knock in a run. Line shot right at Konerko.
That was a bullet.
That ain't right. Rangers threaten, but they do not score, and at the end of 6, they are leading 9-5. A reminder of what you missed if you went away while it started to rain in the 4th inning. The Rangers were raining doubles all over the place on Chicago. Murphy went first, Cruz went next. More to follow. Davis with a double, number 3 in the inning. Omar Vizquel with a double, batting right-handed. And once more, for good measure, Hank Blaylock, who's also got a 3-run homer in this game. That summary brought to you by Nissan. Get in the game, get in a Titan. And getting in the game for the Rangers now is Eddie Guardado. And a 9-5 game, top of the 7th upon us. It's been a frustrating 2009 for Eddie Guardado, and that was certainly evident last time he was on the mound when he got into it on his way off the mound, shouting at the home plate umpire. Ended up tossing his glove, tossing his hat, and Eddie says that was just not one of my finer moments. And he apologized to the home plate umpire afterwards, made it clear that he wasn't upset about the strike zone, he was just upset. Towards short, Vizquel with a pick. I love that guy. Like it's no big deal, you know.
You know, you think back and you want to compare a veteran to a young player, and you think back to the little line drive in Detroit that Curtis Granderson hit, and how tough a play this can be. A little slicing line drive like that. Elvis had a little bit of a problem with it, but when you're Omar Vizquel, I don't think there is any such thing as a tough play. That was a tough play. He just made it look simple.
He has a great hand-eye coordination. He says he developed that from playing volleyball as a kid. Said he got his footwork down by playing soccer as a kid. And now with 21 years worth of big league experience, that's very simply a play he's seen before and has made before. And you're right, Elvis Andrus will begin to make that play. I mean, the more he does it, the more he'll make it look that easy.
Yeah, there'll come a day when we're talking about Elvis the same way we're talking about Omar.
Getz will check his swing. Back to the scores real quick for you. We mentioned the Angels came back and beat the Yankees today. Kendry Morales, home run number 4. The Blue Jays rallied past the Orioles 5-4. Won it in 11. Tap near first, another foul. Right down there again. Those same kids have a shot at it. And Jason, the ball boy, finds another friend. This time it is fair. Getz will dump it down in front of Nelly Cruz, who will fire towards second base, but Getz, the speedster, is in there with a double. He's 10 for his last 21. He's making an impression.
He just didn't get this ball down and away like he wanted it to. Instead, it got quite a bit of the plate.
You know who Getz reminds me of? Remember Mickey Morandini? Second baseman for the Phillies and the Cubs.
Kind of picture him.
Left-hand batter, 5'11"-ish, 170, 175. There's a strike to Josh Fields, a former Oklahoma State quarterback, on the gridiron. Eddie, as you may know, does not throw 93. 86 is about the best you can get. And he just threw it right by Josh Fields. Josh Fields played here in the Metroplex in the Cotton Bowl, January of 2004. He torched Ole Miss. 307 yards in the Cotton Bowl that year. Oklahoma State over the Ole Miss Rebels. Eli Manning, I believe, was the opposing quarterback in the game. Whatever happened to that guy? The 1-2. Down near third, deflected by Michael Young in a shallow left field foul ground, and well, they held Getz at third base.
Well, I think he could have scored, but I think they were probably playing it safe down by 4 runs. The good thing is, though, if Quentin hits a ground ball at somebody and get a double play and nobody will score.
Jeff Cox, the third base coach, had Getz standing there at third and held him. Well, it brings up Carlos Quentin, who's got more home runs than any American League hitter since the start of 2008. And if we've learned anything in this short series, Carlos Quentin goes after the first pitch. Not this one, though. Way too far outside. Rangers get action going in the bullpen. Darren O'Day has gotten up to throw. A drop down right-hander. We'll see if Guardado can induce a hard hit ground ball at somebody here. Let the Rangers keep that 9-5 lead. Turn 2. Tigers beat the Indians today 9-7. Curtis Granderson and Adam Everett had the home runs in that game for Detroit. Hard hit. Vizquel lobs to third, not in time. That's a heady play right there.
And he threw it softly in case Michael wasn't going to be there.
Well, you got two very high instinct players right there. Young knew to get back to third base, and Vizquel knew that he was going to have to wait just a moment for Michael to do that.
Well, Quentin, his last 2 times up, has hit a line shot right at Murphy, and now that bullet right at Vizquel. Rangers get a break right there. As hard as he hit that ball, it's a good thing he didn't get it up in the air.
Thome turns on the first one, and he's going to drive it into right field. That's a guy that Guardado has had his way with in the past, but not here. Only one run's going to score. They hold Fields at third. It is 9-6. And the tying man is coming to the plate in young Brent Lillibridge. Just about to say that Guardado, incredibly, Tag, had struck out Thome 20 times in 32 at-bats. That is just staggering.
And Nolan Ryan numbers.
Thome had been 5 for 32 with only one extra base hit, but the very first pitch he sees, there is his second career extra base hit off of Eddie. He had actually struck out against Guardado 9 of the last 10 times he had faced him. But now Thome has doubled. It is now 9-6. And a pitching change coming. We're back in just a moment. Park Place Dealerships will be presenting the Texas Rangers Triple Play Game Show Spectacular May 17th at the Hilton Anatole. Great auction items, including a day spent with Nolan Ryan and Tom Seaver in the Napa Valley Vineyard.
Wow.
I mean, come on. 817-436.
A baseball fan and like wine doesn't get much better than that.
Exactly. 817-436-5933, the number to call. The call has gone to the bullpen here, and Darren O'Day to face Brent Lillibridge. The White Sox, with 4 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th, have chopped their way back in this thing. And Lillibridge, his first at bat in this series, will take inside.
Whoa. I guess it was inside.
Lillibridge was a shining star in the Braves minor league system for a couple of years. Then he had kind of an underwhelming 2008. Now he gets a clean start with a new organization.
First one just missed. The next one just got the corner.
Wild wave and a miss. To the tying man here in the 7th inning.
First two were kind of coming in, tailing in. And that one was a slider, and that one was tailing away. Let's try that one again.
Yep. Thank you, Darren O'Day.
We need some relief.
The White Sox had the tying man at the plate. O'Day extinguishes the fire, and we're at the stretch. 9-6 Rangers. Com. And by Kawasaki. Save big during Kawasaki's green light event. A change on the mound for Chicago in the bottom of the 7th. The hard-throwing Matt Thornton fires one behind David Murphy. Rangers on top 9-6. It was 9-1 before the most recent rain delay. We've had 3 of those tonight. Murphy, Cruz, and Davis in the bottom of the 7th. The Rangers had a 3-run 3rd and a 6-run 4th. And that's why they've got 9 tonight. Strike 3 called to Murphy. Matt Thornton introduces himself to the audience very quickly.
He poured some heat in there, 94 miles an hour.
The stats people tell us Matt Thornton had the 2nd fastest fastball of any American League reliever a year ago. Only Manny Del Carmen of the Red Sox beat what Matt Thornton did with an average speed of 95. He was actually off his game tonight, throwing 94.
He was with Seattle. He came over to the White Sox in a trade and always has had a great arm. Pitched for the U.S. in the World Baseball Classic.
Baltimore chopped from Nelly Cruz. Ramirez fires on the run. He got him. Some National League scores. We haven't had a chance to do those. We'll fire those up as you take a look at the replay. Tom, are you familiar with Chiron Martis?
No.
The 22-year-old from Willemstad, Netherlands Antilles.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I wasn't really either. And the Cardinals are now, because this guy Martis of the Washington Nationals, and the Cardinals, obviously a real good team this year. How about a complete game 5 hitter?
Wow.
6-1 that final, the Nationals over the Cardinals. The Cardinals are out in front in the NL Central, and you want to talk about a hodgepodge after that. We'll show you in just a moment. Pitch to Davis is a high strike. So St. Louis, right, at 17-8, great start. Look at that log jam right behind him. Houston is not shown on there. And the Astros at 9-14 in action tonight, but they did get a win, so they're 10-14.
And Thornton has always been tough on lefties. Lefties hit about 170 against him last year, and that's about what they're hitting against him this year. I'm sure that's one reason Ozzie Guillen brought him in. Murphy a lefty, Davis a lefty.
Up and out of play from Davis. That settles into the first row of the upper deck, allowing a young fan to go over there and grab it.
Last year, Thornton had pitched in 74 games, 67 innings, 77 strikeouts with a 2.67 ERA. Pretty nice slider right there to finish that at that.
Yeah, he strikes out 2 in the bottom of the 7th. All right, got to stem the tide now. The White Sox have come from down 9-1 to within 9-6. rain delays tonight, and it's starting to come down yet again, by the way, so we're not dismissing the possibility of rain delay number 4. It's been a big night for Hank Blaylock. Now the Rangers need to make sure they can hold off the Chicago White Sox, and hopefully the rain will hold off too. Paul Konerko leads it off. And that sidearm drop down from Darren O'Day has proven to be a real nice find for the Rangers. The Mets had waived him, needed to find room for Nelson Figueroa, and the Rangers jumped in. Up until the middle of June, I believe it is, with the new rules say, when you put in a waiver claim, you go by last year's records, not what's happening right now. So, for example, a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates, who were awful last year, well, they would get close to the first crack at a player for another month or so because of what happened last year. Their waiver claim order would be up near the top, even if they were 20-7 right now. The Rangers were indeed able to swoop in and grab Darren O'Day away from the Mets. Boy, there's another hit batsman. That's 3 by the Rangers tonight, and it's been Konerko twice. Perzinski coming up, and Ozzie Guillen doing some yelling over there. We'll let Ozzie keep yelling. Meantime, we go to Jim Knox.
All right, thank you, Josh. Time for a progressive fan of the game, and it has to be Mason Pounds right behind home plate, club level. He's been cheering for the Rangers all night long, been staying here through 3 rain delays. He's also been cheering for Chuck Morgan. What's that about?
Well, I thought that my wedding day to my beautiful smoking hot wife, Shauna, was the greatest day of my life, or our upcoming child that's coming in a couple months. But tonight, I experienced the greatest day of my life because Chuck Morgan bought me a beer. And none of my friends would believe it. So I got him to sign the cup.
That's right.
That the beer was in, and now my life's complete, Jim.
All right, Shauna, did you hear that?
Greatest wife in the world. Smoking hot, too.
And something else as David Murphy grabs that in left field. You're in between 2 great individuals you were talking about.
This is without question the greatest seats in all of this ballpark because I am equidistant from Chuck Morgan to the great Tom Grieve.
There we go.
Right there. Right there. I mean, every time I look over my left shoulder, there's greatness. Every time I look over my right shoulder, there's greatness.
And there we go. That's why, Mason, you are the progressive fan of the game.
Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it, Jim. Thanks a lot.
He gets my vote.
You made 2 42-year-old men smile right there. Outside to Alexei Ramirez. Well, good job, Jim. Good get down there.
We've had some great fans of the game this year. I think Jim has a lot to choose from when he picks that.
Ramirez with a ground ball is short.
That's what we're looking for.
6-4-3 double play. The sure-handed Gold Glove man, Omar Vizquel, turns it. And Darren O'Day has brought some law and order to the proceedings tonight. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th in the rain in Arlington. Rangers on top. Tonight's Ranger game on Fox Sports Southwest being presented by Amica Insurance. It's not just how you're covered, it's how you're treated. For more information, visit amicatexas.com. We have already been interrupted 3 times because of rain tonight, and now in the bottom of the 8th, it is coming down pretty heavy again. Jared Saltalamacchia on his birthday will take inside.
What about the job the grounds crews had to do tonight with all the different times they've had that tarp on and off, fixing the field, fixing home plate, fixing the pitcher's mound?
That ball getting past the mound. Ramirez, high throw, got him. Konerko down just in time.
That ball slipped out of Ramirez's hand.
Yep. And on a muddy base right there, Konerko able to go and find it. If indeed Tim McClellan, the crew chief, allows the teams to continue to the end, it's going to be an interesting last 5 outs in this ball game here, Tag.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't call it pouring, but it's more than sprinkling, that's for sure. And it's not the first time it's been that way either.
Been another fine night for Ian Kinsler tonight. Single, double, walk. And by the way, DJ Carrasco, we should set him, the new White Sox pitcher, getting into his 8th game of 2009. Kinsler slowly, and there's Ramirez. On target, 2 down. Looking ahead to that top of the 9th inning. You're going to have a couple of guys to deal with that scare you a little bit. It's going to roll up to that top of the order. Chris Getz has been a hot hitter. And after that, you've got Josh Fields and Carlos Quentin, even, dare I say, Jim Thome.
Well, it's a save situation if the Rangers don't score in this inning, so Frankie Francisco is warming up. He'll be coming into the game to try to get the save.
By the way, the 8th inning pitch tracker brought to you by Amica Insurance. It's not just how you're covered, it's how you're treated. The next pitch fouled by Omar Vizquel. And the count to him 0-2.
Good day for Omar, making the plays in the field. He's 2 for 2 with 2 sacrifice bunts.
Carrasco bouncing one up there and working very quickly, trying to get through the rain. But as you said earlier, Tag, I'm sure, I mean, no matter where you are in the game, if you're in charge, if you're on the mound, you can't just go up there firing willy-nilly. You got to make sure that you've got a dry ball.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you're under control. And the other thing is, if that mound gets slippery, you've got to call the ground crew out to put there. They're going to pull the tarp.
Here comes Tim McClellan. Yep. With 4 outs remaining in this game. Here we go again. And as you said, the grounds crew gets all kinds of credit tonight. 2 hours and 13 minutes of rain delay already.
They've been here all day, essentially, trying to keep this field in order. So if we're complaining about being a little tired at almost midnight, these poor guys have been racing on and off the field, pulling this tarp, doing an incredibly hard job all night long.
It's been a night that's turned into a very interesting ball game, too, with the Rangers having trailed it and then gone ahead by a ton, and now just trying to hang on. Hank Blaylock has provided a lot of the offense tonight. In fact, we'll flash you back here, our Coors Light freeze cam. Back when it was reasonably dry, Hank took a big swing against Jose Contreras. Tom Grieve made the call on that one successfully. He said he felt it, and there it went.
A hammer delivered.
Off of Contreras to make it 3-1 at that point. Then it became 9-1. And then after the rain, 9-6, and it's still 9-6, and it's starting to rain again. So, oh boy, a long night for these guys. They pull that tarp again, and we're getting ready to send you to some alternative programming. International Fight League, as a matter of fact. That's about as alternative as it gets. The IFL standing by for your viewing pleasure. We hope to come back and show you more baseball real soon here on Fox Sports Southwest. Of the last 18 Oriole batters he faced, and our Geico quote, he said right after that game that he knew he had to have the good outing that day. And yeah, you know, his ERA had actually hit 10 right on the button after giving up the 4 runs in an inning and a third in Baltimore. But right at that point, right when he got to 10, something clicked, and he was outstanding.
I think right at that point he said to himself exactly what that quote was. I've got to put it together. And he sped up his tempo. He worked quicker. He worked with a purpose. His fastball was better. His command was better. And he zipped through the next 5 innings and was very impressive in that outing. And you know, you look at the last 5 outings that Matt pitched. That was impressive. Scott Feldman yesterday for 5 2/3 was very impressive. Brandon McCarthy today was very impressive. Kevin Millwood's been impressive all season long. It looks like Vicente's velocity is coming back. You know he's going to be fine. And so all of a sudden, the Ranger rotation is looking pretty good. Hopefully that'll be something they can maintain.
A lot of admiration for Darren O'Day and what he's done tonight, getting a bunch of emails from people wanting to know who is this guy, where did he come from, and can he keep doing that. Got one from Ranger fan Waco side, says, I admire Darren O'Day.
All right.
So,
well, he's doing a good job. You know, he came into the game when the Rangers were having a hard time shutting the White Sox down and got a big strikeout, struck out Brent Lillibridge with a couple of men on.
2-2, by the way, is the count to Omar Vizquel. Now 3-2 with Michael Young on deck.
Well, Frankie's ready out in the bullpen.
That technically was a 13-minute walk. Omar Vizquel celebrates, tosses that bat, goes on down to first.
Omar is 2 for 2 on the night with 2 sacrifice bunts, a walk, drove in a run with a double, and scored a run, and made several really nice plays out in the field.
Frankie Francisco is ready. If Michael Young drives in Vizquel, it's no longer a safe situation. Rangers have been playing nothing but 1, 2, and 3-run games for the last 2.5 weeks. They haven't had a blowout one way or another since that game that Ian Kinsler hit for the cycle on April 15th.
Yeah, this game was a blowout, 9-1, until Brzezinski hit the grand slam, and then it turned into one you had to hang on to.
Wave and a miss. Are we? Yeah, I guess we are. It's tomorrow.
It's also gotten a little chilly, 60 degrees now.
Got a little wet too. Did you notice that?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a little damp.
2 hours and 27 minutes total of rain delay time tonight. There have been worse. There have been longer. There was one in Chicago, actually, that, believe it or not, went 7 hours.
Yeah, that was the Rangers. Imagine having to wait through a 7-hour rain delay. That should have gotten the owner of that team suspended from baseball forever for what he did to us that day.
Well, they had the big crowd,
Just
right?
kidding. Yeah, I wasn't at the game, but of course I was on the phone with Bobby Valentine, who was not very happy.
In that old clubhouse at the old ballpark?
Tiny clubhouse, dingy stadium. That must have been feeling like you were in jail for 7 hours.
Young, base hit, left field. And Hank Blaylock already having himself a big night. Now that it's technically the early morning, let's see if he can continue that.
You know, at my age, I'm not supposed to have to play a day game after a night game.
If Vizquel is out there, buddy, you got to.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Although I am almost 20 years older than he.
Neither of you look your age, nor do you act your age. So that's
my wife tells me that all the time.
I mean that as a compliment. I hope she does too.
Why do you laugh at the things you laugh at? She said to me.
Will make you live to be 130. You keep watching Entourage and laughing.
I don't get it.
Rangers have 13 hits in this one. Blaylock spins it towards short. Ramirez is going to throw him out. So it is a save situation for Frankie Francisco. Can he do it in the wee small hours of the morning? We're going to find out when we come back. Texas Ranger Baseball brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. By Romano's Macaroni Grill. By Progressive. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and buy your Texas Ford dealers. Past midnight, here we go. 9-6 Rangers, and Frankie Francisco is on, trying to save it for Brandon McCarthy. And, you know, it's an interesting tale to tell. Pretty much everybody knows that Brandon McCarthy was traded to the Rangers from the White Sox, and that's a nice thing for Brandon to have the win in sight now. The thing a lot of people might not remember is that Frankie Francisco also was traded to the Rangers from the Chicago White Sox. That was with Josh Roop in the deal for Carl Everett back in July of 2003. So former White Sox guys could be getting the win and the save against the White Sox tonight. It's 9-6.
Well, you think back to that trade. The Rangers traded Carl to the White Sox, wanted him for the stretch run. The Rangers trying to build for the future. Got good young players and ended up getting their future closer in that trade. Turned out to be a great trade for the Rangers.
When they got Frankie Francisco, he had been a starting pitcher that year, single-A ball in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And when he first jumped over to the Rangers organization, they kept him in the rotation, went to Frisco and made 6 starts. But starting in 04, he was a reliever all the way. Kinsler makes that play. Scott Podsednik is out number 1.
The ball got in on his fist just enough so that ball didn't travel a little quicker and get by in.
It takes a bit of the edge off, keep Podsednik off base here. Chris Getz, top of the order. This one looked to be a rout. It was 9-1 Rangers after 4. Then the rains came and we all held our breath because it was not yet an official game. The game resumed just long enough to get 3 outs, and it was an official game. But then, problem is, they resumed it one more time, and the Rangers immediately gave up the Przinski grand slam in the 6th. Gave up one more run in the 7th. Now Frankie Francisco trying to keep it right here at 9-6. Fly ball right field. And it is Marlon Byrd cutting in front of Nelly Cruz. That's fine.
As long as they don't hit each other, that would be a nasty crash.
Nobody got hurt. Hey, by the way, we're told X-rays negative for Jermaine Dye, just a bruise when he got hit by that pitch. The White Sox have been hit by 3 pitches tonight.
Yeah, the way it looked, the way Jermaine's hand came off the bat, and the way it got hit flush like that, and as much pain as he was in, we were a little fearful it might be worse than that. So that's good news. You don't want to see anyone get hurt in the ball game.
Strike one to Josh Fields. And the residue of a crowd of, well, it was 27,000 or thereabouts to start tonight. The diehards have hung around to see Frankie Francisco try to polish off Josh Fields at about 10 after midnight.
Well, Josh was probably watching the first 2 hitters see all fastballs, and now he just saw a great splitter that dive bombed out of the strike zone. There's a fastball.
They just roll out there at 10 after midnight, throw a 93. That's pretty cool.
I give a lot of credit to the fans that stayed all night long.
Grounds crew, we tip our hats to you guys too.
They're the stars of the night.
Ball game. 9-6 Rangers tonight, or this morning. And we'll turn it around and, well, we'll let the national